There, is it working now? Ma 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 ma. E he. Oh, I feel his heat. Anyways, Cineasto, welcome, Steven. But yes, we must continue exploring the tentacle forest. Actually, I mean, we got other stuff we can do as well. Trying to see an enemy looking in the second shot. Look, I'm still figuring out my stuff right now, because I'm just slowly dying. When you enter the 5th stratum in search of the ice dragon, a female knight approaches you. Hello there, folks from Armor Road. If I could have a moment, there's something I'd like to ask. Is this a female version of Hrothgar from Etrian Odyssey 2? The aesthetic is kind of uncanny, gonna be honest. The knight's smile is friendly, but her stance is guarded. You can see she's a trained warrior. Sinister, welcome, Steven. My name is Will. I'm a dragon hunter. Come to Armor Road on the advice of the Holy Dragon Elder. Do you know much about dragons? They've lived since the time of the gods. They're the embodiment of human fears and terrors. My family have hunted these dragons for generations. We're a long line of dragon slayers. So one day I heard a strange voice echoing in my head. It said that the most powerful dragons had resurrected in this ocean city. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Where was I? Starbaker, welcome, Steven. Only played at Odyssey 5. I mean, that's not a bad one right there. You know what, Sinister? I did fail military radio jargon. Didn't take that class in school. What of it? Oh yes, you would happen to know where the ice dragon and the stratum is, do you? You answer honestly that you do not, and the knight will shoulder slump. Alright, sorry to bother you then. Looks like I'll just have to keep hunting. Thanks. But that well leaves eager to resume our search for the ice dragon. You too return to your hunt for the dragon, so as not to fall behind her. Best part is, I don't know what order I'm supposed to fight the dragons in. Thought we were playing something more against TOS. It didn't occur to you when I was talking about the Cyclopean Haunt. Now listen. I'm not brave enough to do something like that. It builds character. And leg strength. Well, mostly character. gonna be kind of difficult, I feel like. I guess I can try exploring here for flexible enough, I suppose. But yeah. How's everyone's day been? I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do. Just squatting. Ankle manages just fine. I just gotta keep pushing. Okay, okay, gotta get front line. Protect that as well. Nah, I think we'll be able to manage this so. Not ideal. Now I remember what the issue was with this one. A lot of hits there. But do we have it? We got it. Let's do it. That was God. I don't even think we got anything out of that either. It's like the worst part of this. I don't think we got anything out of this. Kitsune, tentacle forest. Screw it, close it up. Welcome back, Manmusu Quest. してる。朝カーボン中のディメン。Alright, this better be something good. Stone songs. Huh. I mean, like, maybe not the worst thing ever. Like, not worth putting home about. Got a bad case to Mondays. I get that feel, Coven. Ironically, it's my Friday right now. Oh wait, no, I don't get a Friday because I don't get 2 days off this week. I'm just gonna try to not like, you know, go too on that. Is it a talkie? Look, come on, man. I had a feeling the Plague God is gonna be too quick though. But you know how life is. Oh yeah, there's no way back after this. I mean, yeah, it's like, I'm probably gonna start looking for work for a new job though. Cause honestly, I need something more consistent. Also, oh my god, what the frick was that? Like, we just get like, no, the pay is good, the hours are trash though. It's like, it's that classic, you get paid a pretty decent salary, but like, the hours are more like, what hours? Body again? Oh, not just Waxen. I'm nervous. Hoping things end up going well. It's chronic, unfortunately. I get that feeling. I get that feeling, Conceal. But you know what? The actors probably deserve it because they're actors. Yeah, I know. I was just kind of thinking about the karaoke stream. Those eyes make me nervous when I do them. Mostly just because I have to do that. Actors deserve to be punished. And honestly, you should punish the actors because I think they like it, personally. I don't think I ever fully lost my voice. I was careful to avoid reaching that point. Anyways, Deadpool, welcome, Azriban. I'm looking for Alrune. I'm assuming it's the usual plant monster that we gotta deal with. You know, you guys know the one, you know, the big booba plant lady. $75 stream sheet. Yeah, I know. I'm just like, you guys know how I am about these things. I like what stuff I shouldn't get to me, get to me. Hammer. That might actually be useful. Okay, I guess we should go to the next floor then. Actually, speaking of... We don't have enough TP to deal with enough OE. Because you need more for this. Well, then again, unless... Okay, now explicit weaknesses apart from... slashing attacks don't do much damage. The good news is, most of us do piercing damage anyways. Now I use Meteor on him and hope that it works. And he confused him. Let's go, let's go. So, I've been kind of getting some of that, you know, like that, what's it called? Like when you get that style of slap on YouTube where like it's people just kind of looking like basically asking kids questions these days, and half of the content is just, you know, look at these dumb kids. seeing some of that stuff lately. I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of depressing to watch. Alright, then I can actually start checking this. So, entering here. Year-old mother videos. I don't know what you mean by that one, Rodin. But it's just kind of like one of those things where it's just like, you know, the thing that bothers me the most about it is it feels less like you're trying to point out that there are some serious issues these days with kids. Or more so that our society has some serious issues that we need to keep in mind. And it's more so just an excuse to just dunk on some kids for not being ridiculously smart. I don't know. Just kind of... feels kind of gross to me, I guess. Like, nobody's even willing, it seems, half the time to actually sit down and tell them what they did wrong. Though, for what it's worth, most of the videos are just kind of offshoots of, Nah, nobody's been tentacled cabbases. Yes, it's less trivia show, more postmodern struggle session. And personally, it bothers me. Like, you don't even get like I don't even think you ever see them actually like pull the kid aside afterwards and just be like, hey, here's what this really means. Instead, it's just, hey, read this sentence. And that may or may not honestly feature some kind of antiquated words they don't really see in regular conversation. It's not like a crazy good excuse, but like... still is something to keep in mind, you know? Oh wait, maybe it should be at the end of this floor. I might have messed up over there. I have not killed any of the legendary dragons yet, no. For what it's worth, I'm looking for Alrune right now, and I'm having a bad feeling about finding her. Mostly because I have no clue where I'm supposed to be. Yeah, she's going well in there. We're just looking on clearing up some quests. Because we need the XP. Underboob keeps getting a lot of hits in. It's just wonderful. best part is she's got like no skill point. You know what frustrates me about this room? It's such a big room, and there's nothing in it. They don't take a bang. I was even. The boss is there. There was no boss there when I went there. Oh wait, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, no, the boss I had to fight was over and was over in the temple area. It was in the Abyssal Shrine. You know, instead I had to fight the weird hermaphrodite fish person. Yeah, basically. Kanjigami, welcome, Steven. So you don't get to go in that. So do you not get to go in that secret area, the Abyssal Shrine, if you don't do the eldest path, or? I'm guessing the answer to that is no. Hermaphrodite fish, it flashed us, didn't it? Well, like, all I'm saying is it had too many things. Kroyax! Dude! Do you have any idea how much this probably just would kill the average completionist? Unironically! It's freaking horrible! I know, but like if you're a completionist, just like imagine there's this one door and you're not allowed to enter it because you accepted a quest too fast. What's what that is on you though? I know about the New Game Plus though. My main thing is just that I don't want to do New Game Plus because, you know. Yeah, but this is bosses you had to fight. That's not an entire section of the map that you can't finish writing out. You can't see what's behind the door. It's just there, teasing you endlessly. specific legendary equipment for classes? What specific classes, if you don't mind my asking? Is it gonna be like, you know, you get the Shogun's legendary equipment? Well, now I gotta see. Hold on. I guess it took the wrong route. So... Okay, I'm gonna be honest, Seyfried's true form goes kinda hard. Anyways, okay, so when you kill him, it's used to make Thranduil. So I guess that sounds about right for the prince class. Or princess, whatever. Ah, dude! The only way to get the best armor for Yggdrasites is you gotta kill Olympia. The path that doesn't get you Yggdrasites. That's so freaking garbage. Oh, that's incredible. I love it. That's incredible. If you kill Kujira, when you kill Kujira, you get the Crushed Shard, which gets you the Yoto Nihiru. 150 attack katana, unremarkable. Let's see, what does the Deep Princess give you? Oh God. What is it? Jeez. They're gonna make me play this game again, aren't they? Royal Brian heavy armor. Best armor for sovereigns. Wow, so if you're running sovereign, you just unironically can't get half of the good gear in this game for them. It's a little, you know, frustrating. Dude, it gives you plus 10% HP and TP. That's unironically really good, actually. And killing the progenitor gets you... kinda nothing, honestly. I wonder what class was the Tim's least favorite? Yeah, I wonder what. Just... That is also fair. Alright, let's take a look here. It's gonna be the one boss that would actually get you a half-decent katana. I know it. Maybe... wait. Yeah, okay, it's Shin. Let's see. She can only be unlocked at the city route. Let's see here. Best crossbow the game. Ah, we missed out. We missed out. Oh man, it's a shame that I ran. It's a shame that I ran Arbalest this game. The joke is that, and you have to kill while our head is bound. Man, that's garbage. Can you fight the boss more than once? Well, now I have to know. Hold on. Okay, we'll go to the porcelain forest. Dude, what the frick? What are these jobs? What is this? Okay, you can fight the boss again. Okay, you don't have to fight the... You can... It is an option to just fight it twice. Okay. You still do, however, miss out on the best crossbow in the game. So it's kind of like, you know, bit of a loss there. So Kujita can also summon monsters? Freaking weird. And for some reason on the list of bosses for Etrian Odyssey 3, the last thing on there is just Super Boss. If you're a new game plus and up to 2 rounds and let the 2 bosses just stay in there, they're just chilling in their room. They're just sitting in their room. They're just chilling. I don't know what your problem is. You know something I just now realized, by the way? But regardless, I find it funny that he's just able to do that. I can't remember what the... I'm probably gonna have to just fight every boss in the game at some point, because... You know how it goes. It's Etrian Odyssey, we gotta go hunting bosses again for all the good weapons, because the good weapons tend to be hidden behind conditional boss drops. Thought it was Kieran. Okay, Best armor for ninjas. How is it that I managed to not build a team that utilized either ninjas or arbalists? And yet I managed to pick the one class that ends up being kind of screwed over on both endings. Like, you don't even get anything cool for killing the progenitor. It's literally just Almagest, which is a tome. And that's it. Have I found all the cities in the sea quest? What's the sea quest? Oh, there, yeah. I guess not, no. See, the link for you. Talk about the floating island is bothering me, so I looked into it. I found what I was searching for in a long sealed tome in the Senator's library. A According to the passage, the floating forest appeared once before, during the calamity. It appears when it senses that the world is in crisis and the dragon god imparts ordeals on humanity. Only a handful of people pass these trials, but it is said they obtain great strength. The voice you heard must be the one called the Elder Dragon. But I don't know why the floating forest would appear now. Oh my god, the great dragon Oji-san is is telling me to do stuff. I should probably ignore him because he is an Oji-san and it's very dangerous. If you take it on the ideals, though, then I believe there must be a greater meaning behind it. Everyone, you must overcome the Dragon God's ordeals. Whatever happens, I'm counting on you. Okay. Wait. Oh, wait. No. So I guess I gotta try. Is there anything that I am missing here? I guess maybe there's this big arrow over here. I mean, do I have to actually find the cities, or do I gotta like do the oceanic quests for the cities? No, we've got Star Smasher. But to be honest, I question how good Star Smasher is. Oh yeah, no, I'm pretty sure the game only gives you skills if you I'm guessing Trade City Ugrit's thing is probably the last thing I gotta do. I'm up to the Tower of Victory, I think. Now you listen here, Koyax. If anybody's doing random Google searches to find spoiler information, that's gonna be me. And like, okay, so like, is Sungrazer even gonna be much better than Star Smasher? Because Sungrazer at least is like... Sungrazer is almighty damage, and for anyone that doesn't know, almighty damage is just like set damage. Anyways, I'm switching out yeah, I'm doing regroup tactic. We're just gonna focus on heal tanking this. Anyways. I got these dumb wings on top of our ship now. After meeting the client, a ninja from the east, you reach the Tower of Victory. You rush up the spiral stairways, each step like an assault on the tranquil air of the tower. As you climb the seemingly endless stairs, you hear a presence from below you. You instinctively look down, only to find a gigantic monster climbing the stairs at a frightening pace. If it catches you on the stairs, you won't stand a chance. You must reach the highest floor. Just when you reach the apex of the tower, the monster bursts through the wall. Oh my god! This thing was climbing up after us! Like, imagine like, yeah, you're climbing up a bunch of stairs. And this is just this absolute unit is what's following you. I forgot. I really don't like Kikaze. Mostly because he keeps freaking taking up the second one of our things there. Why is he so intimidating? It's just like you're just eating a bucket of fried chicken, and then the bird looks at you like this. Horrifying. Also, oh god, it did a lot of damage, jeez. Was it like nearly 200 damage per hit? I mean, that might have been nothing though. Oh, now we look on our thing, check that in the back line, you see restarted. She's not mad, he just wants the chicken. Well, you know, that's kind of the joke here, you know, he's just... You could survive the winter off of this guy. We're not fighting him because he's a fat, we're fighting him because he probably tastes very good. You know what? Yeah, no, on the tier list of Etrian Odyssey bosses that look the most appetizing, King Penguin, top of the list. I'm waiting for the rug pull, because I'm gonna be honest, this feels like it's being a little bit too easy. I'm also waiting for Kirikaze to finally start. Just stop with the freaking taking up one of our main slots stuff over here. This is annoying. fuck you called in support? Not the best part there is nobody who is attacking there. Okay, wait, no, we can live with this. We can live with this. Kirikaze is probably gonna just kill himself. And honestly, we could probably walk away with more than... You wanna know something? This is why I don't like ally units, because they always freaking summon stuff, and there's only so much space to summon stuff. Also, my summons are actually good in comparison to this guy's summon. It's freaking trash. I don't know if any summoners in the game are able to even summon more than one. Like, I'm pretty sure that you need at least, like, you know... Like, you need... For one, you need the open slot and... Wait, no, I think I heard a meme build where a person just beat the game with just one ninja. Fine, we'll try... Yeah, no, that wasn't gonna work. My summons can beat up your summons. But Wildling can only summon one at a time. Trust me, I checked. It's just that it's not. It doesn't work otherwise. How does Wildling beat the game solo? Oh wait, no, I think Wildling can actually kind of just, yeah, then again. Yeah, I guess I can kind of see it. That was unexpected. again. No, we're not in the hentai forest yet. We're just bullying Mr. Penguin. Wait, hold on a second. Underboob has a... So, the Buccaneer... Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. Sorry. So, every time you do a normal attack, you get more limit than you normally do, right? So, like, hypothetically, if you combine swashbuckling with second sword, and then add on the skill that gives you extra limits when you attack, I think after we get second sword, I might look into that as an option. Because I'm gonna be honest, low-key, that sounds disgusting. Okay, I hate this. I hate this enemy. It doesn't really help that Kirikaze is just kind of here. Being useless. And for what it's worth, Underboob is at least pulling her weight, which is surprising given how much he does have. But I'm sorry, that was a bad one. But she's still very low level though compared to everyone else. It does appear so. Wendy, that's not happening because like the party's got 2 lollies in it. I think we got this. I think I'm just over. I love when Underboob suddenly decides to start freaking out and just attacking stuff. Or man, to do like a freaking 1,000-hit attack on something. Let me just get that. You see, guys? I've mastered a very powerful technique. An ancient power that our ancestors devised many centuries ago. Basic pattern recognition. The point is I knew when that curse was gonna hit. Dude. I'm gonna be honest. With this current setup, I think I'm able to just get Rigu tactic to just work endlessly. Like, it's not nearly as good as Protectora. but it's not bad either. Like, all I'm saying is if I could call in Mr. Elephant, we'd be doing a lot more against this guy. Deploying friend. I hate ninjas. I hate ninjas so much. wasting items right now because I could just throw out and use an rated 3 or honestly just even if I go on that do enough, but I don't want to go wasting items on this run when that is the weirdest boss I have fought in this game ever. It's a good point, Kayax. There was no way she was gonna survive that. Let's be honest. Gotta admit though, it was cool. Ah, fuck. It's gonna attack us, right? DPS there. I hate them so much! They just pop in and ruin my entire run! Part of me, it's like... Maybe Sungrazer wouldn't be a bad color. Now that Rigo tactic is it though? I mean, Meteor would do damn, would do range, would have a range to it because it depends on how many attacks you get out of it. Also keep in mind how unbelievably expensive Meteor is in comparison to Fire. Meteor is the option then. I didn't know that. Dude, this is like the last thing I would have thought would have been weak to bash damage. Also, how do you miss this penguin? Looks like we're eating good tonight because this chicken is cooked. announces death, the ninja begins to inspect the area with urgency. No matter where she looks, the great monk is nowhere to be found. Still, she doesn't take it too hard, admitting that further searching would be fruitless. I did in the posture check. With those words and a smile, you decide to head back to the ship in order to take her back. You're back. That must mean you defeated the monster in the Tower of Victory. How about it? Did you come across any glory and prosperity from climbing that entire tower? Nah, but my calves look great afterwards. You guys should probably climb. You guys probably climbed without giving stuff like that even a second thought. But that's how it should be. Glory and prosperity are earned, not found. They come when it's time. I'm gonna be honest, Kroyax, I don't really hop onto the bandwagon games much. In any case, you did well. This is for you. It's supposed to be found. It was supposed to be found at the top of the Tower of Victory. True Ward spell. Defensive skill of the Great Queen of an Eastern Land taught us century about all-around defense. So it's a limit, right? Wait, hold on. When fatally injured, you will have 1 HP left. Effect ends after battle. Am I reading this right? Oh, Aegis shield, okay. Okay, but like in theory, I give that to Underboob. And she's basically unkillable. If I give her a limit heavy setup. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, I'm not really all that invested in personally playing the latest Indie Darling mixtape. you know, one of the greatest indie games ever made. Honestly, it's probably even greater than Expedition 33, frankly. Because, you know, it's just a great game. A great indie game made by an indie developer. Honestly, that's kind of my thought right there. It's like, okay, like if I'm doing commentary content, like if I do commentary content, maybe. But like, dude, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really do that kind of content though. Like, you gotta remember, my first time playing Hitman Absolution on stream ended with me just getting bored. I didn't feel like it anymore. I'm not, like, I struggle when it comes to talking smack about games. That's another part of it. I just, dude. Like, I guess if someone wants to buy it for me and they really want me to play mixtape, fine, but like, otherwise, eh. Like, I'm not trying to sit down and do anything, or just like, you know, like, that's just the best I got there. Does anyone hate me enough to do that? I mean, they got me reading Morning Glory Milking Farms, like, eh? Eh? Wait. Give all allies critical strength for 5 turns at turn start. That might actually be some. I'm assuming that's more does more criticals. Correct. I'm in the process of reading it. Okay, me and Dama have been freaking losing our minds at the entire thing, and my biggest complaints: the lore's trash. I freaking hate the lore of this world they've created. Because it just makes me confused. Like, you're gonna acknowledge the possibility of hybrids. And like, it's just gonna, you're just gonna acknowledge it randomly. Not even do anything with it. Maybe it's too deep for me. That sounds like, are you making a line there? Like, is that what you're doing? Like, is that like a... Like, you know, it's like you make it a joke, or... It doesn't matter. The point is... It's been so long since we last saw it. Let's go! Anyways. Yeah, but like, I'm thinking once I max out second sword, it may not be a bad idea to go for limit boost. Oh my god, it's the literally me for real monsters. Oh yeah, I guess I could give a Berserker vow. I'll do that after I max out Meteor. Meteor only gets more expensive every time I upgrade it. I mean, kinda, yeah. People probably would classify me as such, but yeah. But you do gotta remember one thing here. It's no different than liking Manikeets. Okay, like there's no street cred here. Like, you're not gonna drop a hear me out, show me this very human-looking dragon girl, and actually convince me that you're anything but a normie. I'm just saying, that is a very important quality I need to remind everyone of. I'm just saying, it's vanilla. It's just vanilla. Don't try to convince yourself you're weird, because you're not. You find a small crack in the wall. Oh, okay. That's not ideal. Sing Kelly Rowland motivation for karaoke if you want to notice the barrier. I don't know what you mean by that one, Cotton Tito. I'm not familiar with the song. It's nearly sickening. Alright, I'm gonna have to look this up. I'm turning off the everybody can still hear me, right? I'm turning off the... Okay. I turned off the audio capture. So what's that Kelly Rowland motivation? Am I gonna regret this? Okay, Kelly Rowland motivation explicit. Featuring Lil Wayne, oh my. He's not dead? I thought he was dead. This is a 15-year-old song. Again, you guys can't hear this, right? I made sure this... No, we're good, we're good. This is... I'm reminded why I don't really listen much to... Western music. God, this is so... Sing the Nitorare song for karaoke. I considered it. However, I also realized that it might not make it might not please my audience too much. I figured that would be a little bit like too much of a, people don't really like that one. Which is fair. I'm gonna be honest. None of this is registering. I'm like sitting here I'm trying to listen to this to figure out what you mean when you say it's nearly sickening. And I'm gonna be honest. None of it's registering. Anyways. Anyways. But yeah, no, I can see Nitorare for it. That's honestly, I think the song is funny personally. I also know the subject matter can be a bit uncomfortable for some. Yeah, no, they're not a fan of love songs, that's the problem. People just don't like love songs these days. It's very tragic, honestly. I don't know, think on it. Maybe at the like when we're actually there, I might be convinced to do it. Listen, cottonseed oil, true love comes in many shapes and sizes in this modern world, okay? Alright, it may not be traditional, but we're not traditional household. It's just how it is. You know what? Maybe tradition's a little overrated sometimes. This enemy exists exclusively to drain your TP and nothing else. But yeah, no, I mean, you guys should be well aware of the fact that I do enjoy me some cursed songs here and there. My taste in music is, uncomfortable. I mean, the other day when I went to do laundry with Razor, I played Two Trucks in the car on our way back, and he was just like, you know, it's just great. It's great. He was absolutely horrified by my music taste. No, he looked at the face of God and just could not take it. I don't need you people telling me that it's okay. I'm used to people just reminding me of how trash I am. I've seen the very small percentage of people who leave negative comments. Actually, people don't typically leave negative comments. They might pop in the chat and be like, oh, hey, you're bad or something. And that's like, you know, okay. Or they'll sit down and be like, oh my god, your stream is 18 plus. You're a creep, and then, you know, and then I'll respond with you know it. creep. I am a weirdo. Last negative comments on the VTuber you watch this and they're like, woe is this generation to hide behind these cartoons images or something like, what the fuck? Hark! This generation fears showing their face to the public. It is a most grave tragedy. Oh. Oh! The thing I thought was, it was an FOE. Unironically, I didn't know I was fighting an FOE until I actually fought it. Until now. I feel a little bit silly now. It's like I don't really get it because it's like it's such a waste of time, honestly. Sounds like a particularly big attempt to get something doxed. Nobody's gonna dox themselves over a random YouTube hate comment, though. Like, if we're being honest here. Wait, no, I need to remember. Preventora. Like, nobody's gonna hear this stuff and be all like, oh man, I guess I gotta prove you wrong. Wait, what's it doing? Yeah, okay, so crit rate up. So yeah, that's just our boob is now stronger. Slightly more scary. Only slightly though. Don't want to be too scared after that. Have I already done Lily God Requiem? I have not, no. I'm a little bit nervous about that one because I haven't sat down and... By the way, Underboob can get her limit gauge up in 2 turns. Unironically, max limit gauge in 2 turns. That's freaking disgusting. I love it so much. Underboob's cup size went up. Well, you know, it goes up every level, you know, it's just how it is. It's with good reason everybody fears the dread pirate underboob. I mean, she fights with 2 rapiers, Edward Kenway style. That's like the least efficient way to use a rapier. Frankly, it's incredible. Thoughts on singing scat, man? I think that'd be too much. You wanna know what the problem is? I can't scat. I hate that word so much. It kills me! It freaking kills me! You slip into the hole where the gluttonous monster resides to do battle with it. An unimaginably gigantic sea anemone is writhing grotesquely in a sickening manner. Its mouth is large enough to swallow a ship whole. It must be devouring the fish. Okay, but first, we should head back and make sure we're 100% before we do this. Auroraville. Let's see here. An overcoat made of cloth giving divine protection. Okay, compare it to the great coat. I'm gonna be honest. Minus 3 defense, but it gives you resistance. A slight resistance to cut, bash, and stab attacks. I'm gonna be honest, Evil Bird. I can't remember it. Genuinely can't remember that one. But all I want to know is... that's fine. It was another Pachelbel's Cannon's chord progression song. Okay, so is that like that one specific chord that's just considered to be perfect for whatever reason? Like any song that uses it basically is just, you know, automatically considered good. I can't remember if that's how it works or not, though. You know, just like the guys who basically managed to just, you know, they won music. I don't know how, but they won music. Now, guys, I know what you're thinking about this one. And I'm just gonna comment. Don't! Don't! You see all those teeth in there? Don't! Alright, I screwed this up. This boss is hard for me now, so let's see. That's scary. Okay. Don't! You're gonna regret it. You see those teeth? Okay, Plague got on this 8 damage. Nothing wrong with little teeth action. It's a nice texture. Yeah. I'm not surprised with you people and your filth. Like, what evolutionary advantage you gotta have disregarding the can't help it? I honestly had no clue. Dude! Our man headbind on Shinano. We're not getting on their boob up anytime soon. That's not good at all. Huh. So freeze arms, firearms, freeze arms, and shock arms for some reason are all skills that use the arms. That's odd. got hidden, evil bird. Where did he look almost even? Also, I swear I swear I just read this thing as one of its attacks was tentacle rape. Horrifying. Might just be anarchy getting to me though. You know it's weird, Evil Bird? I have top chat on and I saw the comments, so I don't know what's up with that either. We see what our eyes want to see. Well, it's weird because this thing doesn't even have any tentacles. At least none that, you know, really would stand out in terms of the overall design of the monster. Okay, now I'm doing more damage. I'm gonna be honest. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna take a look here. Is there like any confirmation for how specifically the arm skills work? Because it's like if you have an effect on your weapon, like what's the math there? Like how much of it is considered just a regular physical attack? How much is everywhere she goes? This kind of reminds me of that of the meme Farmer Jack. Everything reminds me of her. See here. Like my main thing is I don't know how this works. Like what the math is when you do multiple element attacks on enemies. get there. I don't think we're killing this. What the frick? Thank you for the follow, GB brother. Canada 69 grams, Hawk 1979, Cedillo, Typhoon McKean, Brian Powell, River Edward, welcome. How's it even? Welcome. How's the stream? I don't even know if... We got absolutely just decimated there. Anyways, welcome. How's the stream? Okay, let's see if we can... Can we shout out? Is that? Does this work? Yeah, it worked. Red Pepper Pie, welcome. Gramps, how's you guys even? Yeah, but anyways, that thing is way beyond us as far as damage is concerned. Just God, they're gonna make me. I'm gonna be honest. Discreet mule. I had no clue what that is. What's a kick? Did kick add something new that I don't know about? You guys gotta remember, I don't really do... Oh, okay, kicks are bits, okay. Thank you for the 50 kick scraps. But yeah. So now I gotta figure out what to do next. I think the worst part about this is that the team still feels a bit underleveled. That's a bit of a concern. Let's check the molten caves. See, as you step into the lava cavern in search of the red dragon, there's two girls poring over a map. The girl seems suspiciously out of place in this boiling cavern. You decide to investigate. Oh my god! These are freaking Etrian Odyssey 1 references! When you ask the girls who they are, the foreign swords woman responds with difficulty. I'm Hiyagi. The girl over there is Agamede. I don't know. Playing Etrian Odyssey tonight. Is this one the third? Yes, this is the third Etrian Odyssey. Yowza. For what it's worth, okay, look, for what it's worth, the Hexer, like, female Hexers were kinda, did show a lot of leg. You just didn't see it much due to the fact they wear the cloaks all the time. No, for what it's worth, I don't think they're exactly the thing there. There is so much lore in these portraits. So, the guy calling us Hiyagi seems to be extremely shy and unable to say anything more. The robed girl, Agamede, seems to have no interest in you and plays listlessly with her robe. Suddenly, Agamede looks up and nods with an understanding expression and forcibly pulls Hiragi away. Though you're worried about the now departed girls, you recall the objective and return to it. I have no clue around what the dragon could be. Well, guess we're just gonna go looking then. Probably not on this floor. Because this floor's already got a boss on it. Yeah, I did think about that. I did think about that too, Wally, as a possibility. It's like, yeah, Ronin and a Hexer hanging around together, you know, you just... It's kind of the first thing you think right there. Now, who are the most iconic Ronin and Hexer characters in the Etrian Odyssey series? You know, I should go stop by and see if the eldest one is still hanging around. Probably not though, because he's dead. She? Zer? I had no clue. It is kind of one of the things that I do really like about Etrian Odyssey, about the first day Etrian Odysseys though. Kind of just get that vibe that they all kind of take place in this... You definitely feel like they take place in the same world. But yeah. Hoping... I can't believe you can't just one-shot these guys still. You'd think. Then again, now I think about it. Oof. Kinda just dawned on me. We're gonna have some stuff to worry about. I guess the biggest thing here is I don't know where the dragons specifically are gonna be. Oh yeah, I forgot. The dragon mothers don't really come out and do anything until after you start attacking literally anything. They're very maternal like that. You know, they see anything that can be vaguely interpreted as a potential child, and the first thing they do is just, you know, run to its defense. Honestly, it's a little bit, it's them being very, it's poorly advised. All it takes is one cuckoo bird, you know. But then again, some people might not understand what I mean by that one. Okay, there we go, ice. God! I mean, I know that, like, this is kind of a bit of an old section anyway, so it doesn't matter too much, but it's like, dude. You'd think. Huh. This is a scenario to be in. This part is. I'll do it. We're just gonna fight an army of dragon nymphs now. That's kind of the joke I've been making at these ones, because it's just a bunch of dragon mothers. Period. Wait, does that work? If I give freeze arms to the plague god, will that also do extra damage, or? If so, that's not a bad setup actually, because. We're gonna just run this in a single thing here, because I just don't feel like dealing with all of them at once. I don't like individual battles for him. I mean, this isn't exactly a bad situation. We're just gathering experience at this point. And soon. Very soon. we're gonna be doing loads. Is there? I don't know what the maximum number of FOEs you're allowed to have in a single battle is. It might be 3, but I haven't seen more than 2. This is going better than it has any business going. We should not be getting any encounters for the remainder of this floor, because everything else should be too terrified and understand. That's a lot of dead dragons. You know the worst part about that is? It didn't even feel like that much XP from that. You know, no, that makes it even better. No, we did it for the street cred. You do it because you think you gain something. I do it because I know I gain nothing. Well, now it's just gonna be lonely in here, though. Yeah, for the love of the game. And yet I still have to go looking for a fire dragon. My only concern right now is I don't know where it could be. Like, that actually is seriously my main concern. I don't know where the dragons could be based on just how much of the map is just hidden. Like, we basically got the area mapped out. So I don't know where the fire dragon is. So I guess that's not really know where I'd be able to find the other dragons as well. Because they're also kind of well hidden. Take this moment to finish mapping this area out. After all, I do owe it perfection. I swear. appeal of etchonography being a cartographer? It is! And welcome, Mamina Akina. How's it even? I don't know for sure I'm gonna be able to go for tonight though. Okay, I'm remembering vaguely how this works. Forgot how the wait a second. That kind of rock seems to have been driven and became in a serious place. It must be the stone sitting the red dragon Mr. Guildmaster spoke of. If you have the courage, you may pull it out and free the red dragon. The stone came loose more freely than expected. You were able to move with ease. However, it doesn't seem to have caused anything to happen. You decided to leave. Progress! After pulling out the first stone sealing the dragon, you spot two girls up ahead. You hail them, but Hiraki's speech is too vague, and Agamede is too interested to convey anything. I like how Ronin-chan over here is just giving intense girl failure vibes. No business being here. As you scratch your head over the enigmatic pair, Agamede suddenly claps her hands as if struck. She grabs hold of Hiragi's hand and pulls her deeper into the lap. She is not willingly This feels less like an average adventurer group and more like a kidnapping. How'd she get this deep into the labyrinth? I don't know. Maybe she's like an absolute unit when she finally does stuff. She just wants to go. No, that's the thing. She just wants to go home. But like she has a problem, like, you know, like she's too agreeable though. That's the problem. Like she's like one of those people where no matter what, she just can't say no. Literally me for a fro. I can't read Jet without thinking of the Fallout drug. And then remembering that one controversy in Fallout 4 when like, she says yes to all her friends' plans and then says stuff. Yeah, no! Literally me, for real. And everybody's just like, let's go to Yggdrasil, and it's just like, yeah, everybody's all excited, and then you realize you have to go to Yggdrasil now. As you walk through the narrow paths of the lava cavern, you find that they're not getting out. You pull out and free the red dragon. The stone came loose more further than expected to remove these. However, this isn't causing anything to happen. As you go about trying to break the red dragon seal, you encounter Hiragi and Agamede again. Hiragi is mumbling something as if trying to communicate, but you still cannot understand her. Judging by her expressions and gestures, though, it could be that they also seek the red dragon. Thank you for the follow, Miss Samuel. Agamede abruptly turns from playing with stones on the ground and to you and speak. Oh my God, she's autistic! autistic hexer and a girl failure Ronin. It's the perfect combination. Extremely moe. Unbelievably moe. Agamede, this is really good. Bingo. With another word, Agamede drags Hiragi away by hand. Yeah, no, seriously. Seriously, they're made for each other. Farmer Jack, thank you for the 2 gift subs. Oh god, no, it's not the hexer, just straight up a 4chan regular. The most terrifying type of person of all. She will not hesitate to call you a slur. You know, and then she uses that one really OP hexer move where they tell you to kill yourself and then you just gotta do it. So I'm gonna be honest, the hexer was always a fun class to play with. It'll never not be a fun class. I don't think I'd say the Hex is a Night Seeker is much of a Hexer equivalent. That doesn't sound right to say, honestly. Cause like I think the Night Seeker focused more on ailments. Not to mention the Night Seeker had some serious what's it called? Dark Hunter energy. But not full on Dark Hunter with the whips and the chains and the other stuff, you know, it's more like kind of a little half-seas on it. As you walk down the narrow paths of the lava cavern, you find a thick rock jutting out. The decorated rock the scissors have been doing really good pull sonar. Yeah. Pulling out the stones must have activated something unbought about the red dragon revival. You've on the venture through the caverns and search the resurrected red dragon. I'm guessing here makes the most sense. After pulling out the stones, you move quickly through the caves to find the revived red dragon. Suddenly, you come across Hiragi crouched in the ground. Nagamine is looking on quietly. You ignore Agamede, wondering why Hiragi, terrified by the dragon's cry, does not notice you. You decide the red dragon takes precedence over the girls and hurry to your destination. She's literally me for real. I too struggle to say no to people. Should probably head back first though and just make sure the team's topped off. Not to mention, just don't have to deal with some things. Ah, dude, Arcanus was busted! No, seriously, like, dude, that class just... The fact that they could just straight up put down, like, just an entire freaking thing. It was freaking stupid how strong that class was. A dagger with an uncommon triangular blade. You know, triangular bayonet wounds are impossible to stitch. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm gonna be honest, I think all of Etrian Odyssey 3's... Or sorry, Etrian Odyssey 4's unlockable classes are really solid, honestly. You gotta mash a ton of gauze in it, what? Yeah, like, style of them are good, you know. The Bushi was good, the Imperial was good, the Arcanist is good. Though I suppose it's just kind of how Etrian Odyssey is in general with its unique bonus classes that you unlock halfway through the game. Generally, these games don't do a bad job of making them stand out a fair bit. I think that's just because Etrian Odyssey tends to have really good class design. I thought it was Fortress in Etrian Odyssey 4. Also, Etrian Odyssey really just needs to stop rebranding the tank. I'm just saying. Though, in my personal opinion, my favorite tank in the series, the Dragoon. The Dragoon is too fun of a tank. You gotta admit, you know. Freaking backline. A freaking backline protector variant that uses guns. Honestly, it was like the coolest thing ever. And it had like peak aura as well. Especially that one on Asan Dragoon. You know, with the eye patch. No, it gave some real would call you trash vibes. absolutely has a legion of gachikoi back in town. Just begging for one measly foot pick. But yeah, you know how it goes. As soon as you step into the open area, a scorching blast of malign intent comes directly at you. Toxic romance host club jargon. Yeah, basically. You look toward its source to see a gigantic red dragon clad in crimson flames. It seems that the seal was broken by the removal of the stones and the red dragon has been revived. The red dragon seems to sense your reasons for being here and slowly rises to do battle. Take up your weapons and show your bravery against the living incarnation of flame before you. Yeah, no, we're maxed out. Okay, yeah, no, just... I guess I'll do Ice Star and see if that works. I don't really need words to describe what just happened. Just that happened. Team absolutely just turned into freaking nothing. That was rough. That was just rough. Jeez. See guys, this is what happens when you don't invest in all those elemental protection. This is why I should have focused on that. I guess like I kind of just figured it could work. I'm guessing Mr. Fire Dragon was a little bit too strong for us. The dragons, there's a sequence typically though for when you're supposed to kill the dragons. So I think we should be fine. No, if memory serves me correctly, at least in the Cheer and Odyssey 1, I remember I was like, the lower floors actually had the easier dragons in them. And me being the absolute genius that I am, decided to continue bashing my head against the ice dragon. Honestly, I kind of prefer when FOEs are 3D models. Granted, you know, that classic FOE aesthetic will never be beat. Because it just is, in fact, the greatest thing ever. Because I had a class change to Shogun. Because I wanted to give her second sword. In essence, I retired her, and then just had a second character. This isn't the original Underboob. Technically speaking. And Laura, however, I'll do what I want. Let's see, you find the deep pool. You recall the pool's form of water seeping from a salt crystal. Probably not getting on the 20th floor. The 19th floor is a bit too vast. That is possible that I was using Nexus. I think I've heard of people mentioning the Porcelain Forest in discussions on Nexus, but I haven't played Nexus, so I can't verify anything. Kinda, you know. Double sir. Thank you for the follow, Benjawaki. I mean, I guess it's possible it could all... but if it's gonna be a third floor every time... that means the 19th floor is the most likely place for us to find. Please don't let it be the 19th floor. Look, I'll walk through all the fog in the world. Just please don't ask me to go fighting something in the 19th floor. I really don't want to explore the 19th floor again. It's terrible. There are no summoners in Etrian Odyssey 4, and that is a darn shame in my opinion. A travesty. The likes of which shall not be forgotten nor forgiven. You know? I actually don't know where am I now. Give Atlas some forgiveness because Etrian Odyssey 4 had the best summoner classes. I mean, that game had 2 summoner classes. And both of them were absolutely peak. Think about it, right? Cool. 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 Okay. Keep messing up. Yeah, but anyways, summoner classes. Yeah, 5 had great summoners. Granted, the Necromancer's probably always gonna be cooler than the Rover was. And I guess technically the Dragoon was also like kind of a summoner, you know, because they had their bunker. Only complaint I'd say I'd have about 5 is that it would have been cool if there were portraits for races in all the classes. Hina, you're gonna end up convincing me to freaking run a Rover Dragoon Necromancer setup. Okay, so the Dragoon's not gonna be shoot. It's gonna be like guns only, right? Right. How's it been? The algorithm has blessed you this day. Or perhaps it's cursed you. I guess that remains to be seen. Anyways, welcome. Dude, I don't know for sure if it's really viable though to like run there, because it's like I feel like the Necromancer kind of is the greediest out of all of them. As far as like how much it really wants that summon lane. But I suppose it'll think of it work just fine then. That might be the play when I do inevitably play at Turn Odyssey 5. When you proceed into the forest's hall, you hear someone calling to you. You look toward them. There's a dragon slayer, well, whom you met at the entrance. Hi, we just seem to run into each other a lot. This is the second time we've met. Don't you freaking act like we know each other. Don't you start acting like we're friends. I don't know you. Your breastplate's probably fake anyways. Flash, look on the even. Let's see, wow, we just know each other a lot. But my inquiries into the ice dragon have led me here. Which means this place will fast become a battlefield. You should leave this to a specialist. As usual, she's smiling on the surface, but the ferocity in her eyes prevents you from refusing. Still, you are reluctant to accept her insistence that you must go back to town. You return her stare and tell her firmly that you cannot acquiesce to her demands. Ooh, big word. Very big word. Breastplate is potted. Doesn't even need to be potted. Well, glares at you for long minutes. Her irritation palpable, but she eventually relents. Well, the labyrinth isn't my property, it's true. And the same can be said for the ice dragon. You have the look of skilled warriors yourself. We do each other no favors quarreling. Well laughs, but trails off as she quickly drops her pack and rummages through it. Damn it, my Dragon Slayer's spear! I must have forgotten the Dragon Killer at the Armor All In! If I don't have that, I can't beat that dragon even with your help! Can you go get the Dragon Killer from the inn? I'll wait right here, I'm counting. You assume that if an experienced Dragon Slayer like Kirsten, so the Dragon Killer must be necessary. Hence he promises that you'll return quickly from the Armored Inn with their spear. Alright, well this is not the direction they expected this to go in. But... okay, but Bali... we did have Lowly Necromancer. Why are you in such a hurry, huh? Miss Wells Dragon Killer. That's weird. I don't remember leaving anything like that with us. Hang on a sec, okay? Okay, I checked, but we don't have anything like that here. Must have been a misunderstanding somewhere. It appears that we've been bamboozled. You visit the inn as well told you to, but you found no Dragon Killer waiting there. Could she have been deceiving you for some reason? You feel a sense of foreboding. Hurry to the 5th stratum and check on Mo. Okay. You know, I compared it to Hrothgar earlier, and it'd be very ironic if we found her dead. I'm just saying, because that kind of happened with him, you know? Maybe they were related. army skill points to allocate. Alright, back in then. Concerned for Will's safety if she faces the dragon alone, you rush into the Ice Dragon's Hall. Within the raging blizzard inside, you see Will leaning over on her sword against the blue beast's onslaught. That figure wreathed in absolute zero air must be the Ice Dragon. You're given ordeal. I'm pretty sure absolute zero air would just straight up freeze literally everything. When you're about to rush to Will's side, she stops you, her hoarse voice faint as a whisper. Stay back! This thing! You have no idea how strong it is. You need to hurry. The Ice Dragon coolly strikes Will down before she can finish, and she collapses to the ground. You can heed her warning, but part of you wants to advance in the Ice Dragon to avenge her. Alright, let's do this then. Understood! Understood! I guess I can't kill any of the dragons yet. Nah, 0 Celsius, barely freezing temp. Well, you gotta remember, it's like when we say absolute zero, we mean absolute zero, which is literally zero. Team in 5 is a rover, a necromancer, a botanist, a harbinger, and a pugilist. Pugilist is also a good one. Dang it! My 5 team is gonna end up having no... Is gonna end up being like no... When I get around to 5, I'm gonna end up having no, I'm gonna end up having no proper healers. Let's see, Great Royal, let me think of the Emerald Hammer. Bar Regulus, Intelligent Adventure claims to be royalty. Zero Kelvin isn't real and can't hurt you. Kelvin is the best way to measure temperature, and I don't care what anyone says. I'm gonna be honest. My only concern with Nexus is the fact that in Nexus there's no yeah, who doesn't like Kelvin? Like, my only concern with Nexus is the fact that it doesn't include... Thank you for the follow. Yeah, thank you for the follow. My only complaint is that Eternity Nexus doesn't feature the summoning line, which I'm gonna be honest, is kind of disappointing. Because you know what? Not enough RPGs let you use summons. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I think the rover can heal if like if you're really desperate. You know, I'm pretty sure it's basically just chip healing, and it requires you to basically go all in on using dogs, so, you know, you can't really use the bards at all. But yeah, it can be done, it can be done. It can be done. Look, you gotta understand, you know, we learned that lick wounds was a thing in Etrian Odyssey 2, and by the end, by the end of 2 Untold, we were just, the entire party was just licking each other mercilessly. Every time an attack happened on the enemy side, it just, you know, immediately results in everybody just licking each other. Frankly, it was extraordinarily lewd. I don't know how it got past censors, but it did. And we're all at least kind of the worst for it, honestly. We barely did that with Alana still alive, by the way. That's the entire species, though, Hina. You gotta remember. That's that entire species. No, it's like you get gnomes in Western media who are just Jewish stereotypes, and then you get gnomes in Japanese media, and then it's like peak loli design. Arcanum ruins gnomes for me, I'm sorry to say. I didn't care for them before, but now I hate them. I want a swordsman, and all I got was a guy with a hammer, but a terrible disappointment. I don't know what that does. Equip. Not really all that good though, honestly. Underwhelming. Then I'm pretty regularly. I'm sorry to hear that one. I see that video of the Japanese documentary attributing the look of Tenguin myth to Jewish people. What? What? Okay, now listen. If I recall correctly, the Japanese did not like the Jewish people when they met them. I'm pretty sure the Tengu were a concept long before they ever encountered a Jewish person, though. What the frick? You ship set sail on the 2 adventures in tow and eventually you reach Treasure Island. Yeah. We're just going through the bosses again. I forgot how sick this thing looks. Okay, so it's weak to ice of all things. Hold on, everyone. As soon as you defeat the ghost ship, I have a message for our friends. Thanks, you guys. You're gonna find the treasure. Once we find some, we'll make sure to show you. Hey, Dimas! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders! Welcome! How's the steam? Just ignore it, Dimas! Ignore it! Ignore it! It's just a forest full of tentacles and eyes everywhere. But right now, we're on the open sea. Interacting with the pirate cigar guy. Okay, I'm actually gonna look at... look, I'm at that point now. Why would I not just cheese it? Look, I'm gonna look up how to get the special drops because honestly, there's no reason not to. Oh! Okay, the ghost ship has a, the ghost ship's naval ram is just low drop rate. That's the condition. Alright then, we'll just fight the ghost ship. I don't even know if the Jolly Roger's even worth it. The Necropolis is cool. I never finished that one though. Though for what it's worth, I think it's just because at Tune Odyssey 5, life kind of happened. Loved what I played of it. Alright, well, Underboob is kind of a given in Osen with the... Actually, you know what? And I think we'll serve up the people tactic. Yeah, I never finished 5. Life just kind of got in the way and I just wasn't able to finish it. Loved what I played of it, but just never finished it. I typically say, like, if you don't know where to put something on my Discord server, just put it in trash. not gonna complain too much though, cause you know. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to go to the DMV. See, welcome back, everyone. The pirate contracted you said things in smoothly. With that ghost ship out of the way, we can finally relax and enjoy our drinks. We owe you one. That's a true pirate leader right there. She had a real dignified attitude. Ironically, she's more dignified drunk than sober. Don't worry, I blame Dama. It was clearly her fault. You're willing to scapegoat my friends for me. You truly are a wonderful viewer. Alright, Submarine City. Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of like, on one hand, I don't have to read smut. On the other hand, I gotta go to the DMV. See, that's the real question right there, Raleigh. Like, at what point does the girl start being a monster, bro? For what it's worth, I'd honestly say that, like true monster girl, minimum hands or feet have to be different, I feel like. Or yeah, the spider girls was just a woman glued on the spider's head. Yeah, basically. I don't know how canon this is to the Greek myths, but do whatever. She's allowed to be whatever, I guess. Is there resurrection magic in this universe? I don't think so, honestly. See, Eternality is kind of weird in that I feel like compared to most JRPGs, it's weirdly grounded. All of a sudden, the prince announced himself from the side of the ship with his retainers. As he watched them find the black monster jumps from the seas to answer the prince's voice. Okay, go. But yeah, like if you're expecting something like on the level of like Arcanum with its absolutely just incredible. We're gonna acknowledge all that resurrection magic. And it's gonna be like, you know, kind of complicated. Actually, I forgot to check that boss's stuff before I went in. Ice Spine. Doesn't seem to make anything of true value. Thank you for the follow, Shadow's Gate. But yeah. Oh wait, is it? Wait, no, I forgot. You gotta check 3. Let's see. Defeat its head while bound. Solid moccasin, 19 defense. Ignorable, I think. Okay, let's take a look here at some of the other bosses. What's a King Penguin drop? Best armor for farmers. Noted. What does Coco Pelli have to do with farmers? Not to be off topic, but if I see an acid split from him, like, is he using up all of our... I swear, if he's using up all of our freaking brass... I'm gonna freaking... I will make him feel. I will make him feel. Just remember, brass has other uses than bullets. And, you know, we can't recover brass afterwards. Because stuff's expensive. Are you able to fight the gatekeeper again? Imagine Americans saying processes uses other than bullets. Shabatsky, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I didn't know there were specific things for... I know there's specific things for... I need to set up some things for kick. I always forget. Okay, Gorm. What's his jobs? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what specific I'm going for. Defeat while blinded. Do I have any means of inflicting blind in the first place? I do not. I mean, I guess if I want to sit down and have underboob invest heavily into lights out, which... I'm not doing that. And then again, that's what it's for, is like the best tome in the game, which... That's all I have to say to it, just Haven't had that sax in a while. Nice fair, Shevitsky, welcome as demon. Alright, Jameson's Dark Forest. Okay, I need to check here. What does the Manticore drop? Beast Eye, kill it within 10 turns. 30% drop rate! You gotta kill it! Oh wait, no, this is a True Odyssey one. Okay, Evil Horn. One of the ingredients for the Beast's Chain, the best armor for wildlings. Okay. Okay. The killing blow must be a single strike doing at least 5,000 damage. I just... Okay, just... Yeah, like... I don't even know where to go with this. That's an enormous number. I don't think I have anybody who can do 5,000 damage even to enemies who are like... to like chaff enemies. Like, maybe Alana can do 5,000 damage in a single move. Like, I really don't know where to go from this. Alright. My favorite. Also, keep in mind, he has no explicit weaknesses. Like, even Alana is kind of like our, our main, like, hits hard character, but I don't think even she could do 5,000 damage in a single hit. Against an enemy with no explicit weaknesses, mind you. It's concerning as hell. That's all I have to say there. Also, Naboob's DPS slowly grows. And Alana's DPS has capped. Well, maybe not capped, but you get the idea. Like, I guess maybe with Berserker Val and an actual gladiator, but I don't know, it's just a little bit do not like. Perfect. There's just a point where you forget how many attacks you just did. Even now, I still hate fighting the Manticore, by the way. Almost caught up, at least. Maybe I should do the Trade City. Alright, let's take a look here. Three-headed dragon. What's this guy drop? Oh, look, it's the wrong color. Let's see here. Berserk leather gladiators. In other words, it's worthless. It's like on one hand, I haven't seen anything that I like absolutely need. On the other hand, it is a little disappointing. Okay, nothing crazy then. Guess I'll just do an attack around front line then. Oh hey, the plague god just popped up! This one isn't even mine, which is why it's substantially weaker. Someone should talk on music. They want people to be nice in their community to get rid of. I kind of get where you're coming from, the anarchy. Not even just kind of. Though I suppose I'm not really going to be much better because I also have a tendency to allow random people into my community. Feel free to send me pictures. Oh, frick! in there. This is not... Look, we can just do this the hard way. We're just gonna do it the hard way, okay? It doesn't, it'll work. Don't worry about it. We'll manage. There you go. See, he's all healed again. Closer than probably should have been, but still. Hey. I thought Wallander left the server. Is there still one? I'm gonna be honest, I tend to forget sometimes. Oh, frick, ambulance is crossing the street over here. It'd be funny if we were able to just kind of pull through and just win this. But there's no way, of course. Did you miss the YouTube? You're being an idiot? I don't know. I don't think anybody's even done anything on YouTube. No, Wish, was it? No, that's somebody in Discord. Okay, this time I'm gonna bring Alana along. Actually, yeah, we're gonna do this now. This is not gonna end well, but I think it'll be funny. Wait, that and then I mean the entire channel lockdown just him being a spurg and projecting in onto you because you give him the amount of pushback is absurd. You'd be surprised! What's the thing everybody says these days? Adulting is hard. Yeah. No cooperative attack for him! Cause, no. I need to swap out the plague god for the for the lion. Cause this guy does a bunch of AoE attacks, and that's very easy to take advantage of. Alright, and our friend Bergman is brought out his plague god. He's a dramatically weaker plague god. I'm not mad. Not mad at all. Can I just make him dismiss his own guy, or... God, that'd be wonderful if it was possible. Okay, re-up protect order. Wait, why am I doing it this way? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. As much as I try to avoid being political, who am I kidding? It's one of those things I can't avoid. Yeah, now some right-wing libertarian people can just be insufferable. My favorite is when they start talking about how they just insist that everything needs to change for their specific viewpoints on things. Dude, it's like the moment, it's like the best way, like you can argue like the greatest, like the most authoritarian policies ever. All you have to do is just say, oh, we'll also ban porn. And then suddenly everybody's all for it. Well, not everybody, but you get what I mean. Like, you get this massive group of right-wingers who are just like, specifically the religious right. And it's like, you know, just zero principles then. It's almost sad, honestly, how easy it is. Oh yeah, no, because what ends up happening is they start like arguing, like because like they'll sit down and argue for like the worst things ever. No, that's the thing. If you look at countries that do ban this stuff, it's not good. Because you know what you have to do? If you're unwilling to defend the indefensible, you will only lose. You can't win if you're not willing to defend the indefensible. Just because it's icky to you specifically doesn't mean... That's the thing that's ridiculous about it. But listen, according to the pattern, after the ban, we could invade Ukraine. Ah, man. We do need all that farmland after all. No. You have to understand, comrade. We need to take Ukraine. How else will we be able to feed the revolution? It depends, Wash. It depends. Depending on the kind of person you are, the farmland could be cheap. It also could be really expensive, depending. Did I just watch a suicide move? Oh no, because they were cursed. The freaking idiot attacked when they were cursed. I misclicked. At least these guys aren't useless. Alright, fine, I'll resurrect Mao Mao. Just ignore it. Or maybe that's just the Mao Mao's entire thing. Oh wait, no. No, it's not their thing. It's just that, So what's gonna happen first? Alana runs out of TP or... the dragon tries. Oh frick! All 3 heads are down! Let's freaking go! Free move! Unfortunately, this is a charge turn, so... Yeesh. Not quite so free as you hope it is. Unless successfully killing off the heads means that now the dragon's just retarded and it can't do anything. Well, now I'm curious. Oh, okay, so if all 3 heads are killed, the body will just do nothing for several turns. Interesting. No, you cut off all 3 heads and then it doesn't know what to do anymore. Alright then. Wait, what's the King Penguin drop? Oh yeah, he drops the elastic body, which is not useful to us because we don't have a farmer. Dude, I can't find what the best armor for anybody is in this in this game. I guess Leviathan gets you the best spear in the game. It doesn't matter too much. At this point, I'm kind of just at that stage where I'm just kind of figuring out what I'm doing. Alright, let's see about this quest then. You guys, I'm not believing this. All of Elval's contests were set up. The Geezer apparently fought a monster called the Kraken with his best friends years ago. They weren't strong enough to defeat it. All they could do was trap it in the Abyssal Shrine. The friend is already... His one regret is never defeating the Kraken. So Elval sacrificed his riches to find skill adventures to make that wish come true. It seems that the Kraken appears in the 13th floor, but nobody else has seen it. Everyone thinks this is part of some larger ruse. Not me, I think Elval's being truthful. You're the only ones who can grant a dead man's last wish. Do it for him, I beg you. Now fire yourselves up and head out to the 13th floor. Okay. We're probably gonna find another extra not to see one reference in this floor anyways. No? That's strange. I figure that the So it's supposed to be on the 13th floor, right? And they're already on the 13th floor. I really got no clue now. It's been a while since I've watched Been to This Before, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, I don't like when people trend hop, honestly. Though my favorite variety of trend hopping is when we all just collectively agree upon the current thing that we're supposed to hate. Even when it's something that probably doesn't actually deserve it. Or even in some cases, when you just didn't get it. Yeah, that's full of disingenuous people, unfortunately. Yeah, honestly, it's kind of one of the things about the internet that is very frustrating, actually. The fact that there's a lot of disingenuous people these days. Like, the sheer number of people who do things primarily for the clicks is at least a little bit upsetting. Oh, the amount of clout chasing that happens online is terrible. Like 80% of what people do these days feels like it's just clout chasing. And you know what the absolute worst part about it is? Everybody just kind of... It's just kind of accepted. That is true. Performative. I like how they just randomly have a hole in their head. And that's how you know he is done a not insubstantial amount of cocaine. Yeah, no, I'm just honest. No, it's a freed savage. You know, then you get one that overanalyzes every single thing you do. That one's a Freud savage. That's a bad joke, I apologize. You know, he walks up to you and he's just like, Have you ever considered the possibility that maybe your desire to become an adventurer is related to a deeply ingrained trauma from your childhood? And that's why he's the most dangerous FOE in the game, cause he makes you think a little bit too much. It's terrible. It's just terrible. The spell stat increases and will cover the TP. I like having sex with women. Let me guess. Your mother, was she a woman? Oh, so you find enjoyment in killing others and getting experience to level up. Do you think that kind of desire could be born from the intense trauma of your childhood and your desire to impregnate your mother? My favorite fightism is penis envy. Also, Mike Honey, welcome, how's it doing? Well, I think it is, because I feel the same with your mother. Carlos... Okay, look, I maxed out Nature Pact because... Nature Pact is just good, okay? I'm sorry. It's honestly really useful when you get it. And when you max it out, there's a really decent chance of activating it. It fully heals you when it does. I think I'm just gonna keep investing in sacrifice. For what it's worth, even our shoes leave little to the imagination. I think my favorite part about the portraits that we chose for everyone is that you know, usually the lowly sovereign is usually like the regular portrait is white, and the regular portrait for the lowly wildling is normally pretty dark. And I think it's funny personally. Where's the skill on the tree that puts on a Rubinara Vice bikini outfit? Because I don't really see the point. I don't really see the point of getting called Tiger. Wait, why is my indigenous princess SMH? But we colored in your regular European princess, so I guess it's okay. You ever that endless Alice game and now it's infuriating with curtains? Like what? of lava equivalent exchange. Brown Becker isn't real, she can't hurt you. Actually, that is a very good question. So what about it's been infuriating them this time? You know, outside of a game show depicting anything other than a heterosexual married couple. The only correct couple. Then you get boomer marriage. Where you just hate everything. The Aryan Wildling is maybe the most Himukai Yuji design I've ever seen. Yeah, you're not wrong there, honestly. But I love the guy's style. I don't know. There's just something about his overall. There's something about his artwork. It's just peak art. Got an update that gave her a reverse bikini outfit to one of the characters, not a Google character. Okay. We care about this because... Chat! Thank you for the raid! Welcome! How's the stream? Thank you, Anarchy. You just read and ready and not briefings? Wow. And then okay. This planet you're not a sea. I'm looking for something, but I can't seem to find it anywhere. Ah, I got help in the Swindle campaign, okay. I just can't really bring myself to be invested in Ready or Not anymore. Like, I really liked it, but then they censored everything. It's like, I gotta have standards. Yeah, and anybody who's watched my my Helldivers play my Helldivers gameplay should know I love police brutality. But now they're like one step removed from adding Fortnite skins. I really think that's probably the worst part of it too. It's like they did it so they could release on console. Like imagine, if you will. Like, imagine if you will. That's the thing I find so frustrating. Like, they will freaking do anything but actually do anything though. There's this weird obsession with wanting to get those console bucks, even though I'm gonna be honest that I don't really think the console bucks exist nearly as much as they think they do. Or better yet, so what if the console bucks exist? Have principles. I'm pretty sure that was one of the ones that people pointed out, yeah. Yeah, I read they got rid of the containers, or at the very least they removed it, or they changed it. You know, because you know, in the case of human trafficking, it's not like human traffickers are more than willing to dehumanize their victims by not letting them wear clothes. Because after all, we all know human traffickers are upstanding individuals. Yeah, basically. You know, something I've learned over the years, it's like, yeah, the more potential something shows, the more likely I just get disappointed by it. Most easy guy protagonist participated. Human trafficking. You know what? There. It's like a curious where I was like, dang, you guys send anchor shots. And you heard they were trafficking children and immediately said, so how are those anchor shots going again? Like, it's one of those things that frustrates me though, because it's like, you can't have freaking grit in anything. Nothing's allowed to have grit. Okay, I gotta see about where all the dragons are, because I'm trying to... Let's see, Storm Emperor... Trying to see 30... Okay, it's in the first stratum. Yeah, that's the thing that frustrates me. You can't have anything for adults anymore. Everything's gotta be watered down for kids that don't exist because nobody's having kids. And gonna be honest, I don't really think I care that much these days about the low birth rates. Like, I'm not trying to be like a doomer or anything about things. It's just like being matter of fact about it. It's like what of it, you know? I am a doomer, but I do also see that it's like, look, man, like my view on it is like, okay, so what if birth rates crater? Then birth rates crater. That's it. You know, it's funny, I haven't killed one of these guys before. Dude, it's not even about that even. Cause I swear, man, you hear it from freaking... Like, I swear, man, it's like both sides kind of have their own things there, and it's also like... I just don't think I care anymore. For me, it's not really that, but it is like, you know, I don't really think I mind the death of civilization. What is it, Bodice? Save for doom scrolling. Folly, you said the thing! And everybody's free to. Not that I'd mind myself. It's kind of just also like a bit of a, I just kind of see a collapse as being kind of inevitable at this point. Why are the slugs hard to kill? Did Bradis V2 first? Hey, that is fair, but not all VTubers are equal. Dang, Lush! It's freaking heavy. See, as you break the door seal and step in the hidden area, an alarmed guard speaks up. Lead, I'm sure you've heard, but you mustn't go in there. A dragon is wreaking havoc up ahead. The other day, the swordsman Lindworm pursued that rumor and ended up hauled it to the inn. If you've come to challenge the dragon, I can't stop you, but I do recommend you stop by the inn first and talk to Lindworm before committing to this. The map demands that I fill it out, so the map takes precedence. One thing I miss so much about Etrian Odyssey 2 Untold. They gave us so many more map colors. No, know when you're thankful hydrated anyways. Need to be hope maxing, need to be love baiting. Yeah, maybe. Like, my main thing is just like, I always hear a lot of economic reasons for it, and it's just like, I just don't care, honestly. Yeah, and there's no good way to do water tiles here. Because the regular tiles are green, are blue. And water is also blue. And I can't make it red or orange because... It's very frustrating, okay? Kobo, my form of hope is a little bit different, I guess. Okay? Okay, my hope comes from the idea that life goes on. And I think it's good, and I think it'll be okay. Not even when the world burns. We'll still be able to pick up the pieces when it's all over. We gotta enjoy the show at the very least. I guess the main takeaway from this is retirement is a meme. It always has been, and frankly, it always should be. Like, our ancestors didn't really get to retire, you know? It's like... I got the Remington retirement plan already set in. Oh, that's a good one I hear, Coburn. They say the streets are paved with gold where you're in that retirement community. Frankly, I'm surprised that they're letting you in, honestly. You know, I kind of figured they were a bit more, you know, particular about who they let into that one. But the good ones are still untold. Hey. I didn't know you were white, Coburn. People think kind of tired wearing so quick. Well, yeah, but like you probably did. Yeah, but you didn't do hard labor, but you still did something, you know? It's like you sit down, you can't sit down and act like, you know, retirement, like once you retire, like retirement is just not breaking rocks all day. Honorary Aryan. Ty, Hi! Welcome, Zeben. This elephant's giving me trouble. No, it's not just that, like, economically speaking, I'm gonna be honest, it's like, and I know this is kind of like, you know, this is the take people don't like when you say, but like, dude, a lot of it really does just fundamentally come down to the fact that people work too much these days. Too often, people just keep working. And you're not doing it with purpose either. Do we have the technology though? Like, don't get me wrong, it's like, you know, like working on, like people love working on their hobbies and all that, but like, a pretty good example, I don't work a ton, like I don't get a ton of hours at my regular job. The streaming adds a lot of stuff to it though. Love doing this, but I also will admit it's difficult to do it and other stuff. Yeah, like if you're talking like a real test tube baby or like, you know, what's it called? IFB or IVF, sorry, IVF. Because the difference between those two things is very big. Yeah, and you know what happens when you do 70-hour work weeks? You don't typically have kids afterwards. But one time we know with absolute certainty it isn't an accident. What are you doing to get arrested for hard drive-related crimes? Ooh. That's no good. There. fact, a lot of the birthday issues are mostly just kind of complicated. So it's kind of hard to fully explain why things are the way they are. The important thing here is that they just are, and you just gotta live with that fact. Now, eventually it'll start climbing. Because people who don't have kids will just want to have kids, and then the people that do have kids will have kids who will have more kids. It's just how things work. Yeah, America's probably gonna stop being the global hegemon. And I can live with that fact primarily because of the fact that most other countries are incapable of being the global hegemon. Lack of observable incentives. That is honestly fair. That's my mentality! No, I personally see an opportunity to make a nice raider game, you know? Antarctica comes out of left field and dominates. Man, that would figure. That would really figure. Anyways, and that's how the penguins took over. And I swear, I am so tired of hearing government officials mentioning aliens and not showing me any pictures. I intend to fill the word humongous niche in the coming federalization of the United States. Yeah, no, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great, honestly. You know what? It's an opportunity to see something new. You ever think of that as a possibility? Just... more of like I don't want to get myself caught up in the whole nothing will ever change situation, because look, you gotta be ready for the rug pull, okay? It's like, you know what's gonna happen. It's like, you know, the AI companies are just gonna like, they're all gonna simultaneously collapse all at once. Okay, they're gonna simultaneously all collapse at once. Then China will be the global hegemon for 2.5 weeks. And that'll be it, honestly. Nah, they don't collapse because the government needs them to spy on us. That is a possibility. And you end up with some people who are just like, the government's already spying on you. What of it? And it's like, I think we played right into Bush's hands. Ah, if only we could be so lucky, Chip. Look, I think the main thing is we live in interesting times. And I think we should be excited, personally. Because I'm gonna be honest, we're in a very unique situation as a generation. Okay, we're gonna be one of the few generations of white people that will get the opportunity to eat our neighbors. As you open the door into a clearing in the forest, you gasp at the sight before you. Trees have been felled as if hit by lightning, and a pungent smell of something singed is all around. Great gouges pock the earth. Some unimaginable battle must have been waged here. It must be the work of the dragon you heard about from the guard at the entrance. However, though you draw your weapons, you look nervously about and don't detect any dragons. And then just walk and just be like, hey, where the dragons at? There were no dragons. Oh, come on, Cobone! I say, come on, Windier, come on. I'm just saying, you know, like come on, it's a vibe. It's a vibe being able to gesture at your neighbors about how you're probably going to end up killing them when the collapse happens. And there's nothing they can do about it, it's legal. Where the white dragons at? Exactly. This is a good time. It's a neat situation we're in right now. It's like a grand strategy game. You know, except you can actually have a social life. Nah, there won't be social lives in the apocalypse. It's just gonna be people trying to scroll books, cause you know. I just want to know what kind of sounds the panda makes as it dies. Sound as it desperately tries to cling to what little air remains in its lungs. Anyways. We don't like pandas in this household. We don't. Sometimes they are. Train is nothing other than mouse. Dude, it's unironically that's kind of just the case. You know, like you're joking, but like it's not a joke. It's just kind of the truth. Have you ever heard of panda diplomacy? Yeah, exactly. We took we took their buffalo, and then that was it. As a society, they just collapsed afterwards. They had flying cars, you know. Then, a few less buffalo out there in the world. No more flying cars. Well, mostly because their cars ran on buffalo fur, so you know. I have no clue what I'm saying anymore. Yeah, apparently nuclear fusion was buffalo fur all along. Frankly, I don't think we were ever gonna make that guess. If you're asking me. Tucked in their buffalo had wings. Yeah, but they're not. Genetically, they're closer. They got too much cow in them. Not even worth it anymore. I think they bred buffalo with cows. Like modern buffaloes are really chill in comparison to the original buffalo. Because buffalo are just not what they used to be, unfortunately. I had no clue I'm trying to do the map here. I think I'm just making it worse. Wait, are you telling me they could have made IEDs out of buffalo poop and they still lost all those wars? Never mind. They deserve what happened to. on. Yeah, okay, yeah, genomic studies of all modern North American buffalo carry detectable regions of domestic cattle DNA, a legacy of intentional crossbreeding during the species' near extinction in the late 1800s. Even herds previously thought to be genetically pure. Wow, that is... Put bluntly, most buffalo nowadays do have traces of cattle DNA. I mean, I'm not saying like, you know, it's like there are no more buffalo, but like, not genetically, it's more buffalo than anything else, but at the same time, it's still like. It's not a full buffalo though. Alright, gotta go to the inn. Welcome back, boss. So, hey, did you hear the rumor about the dragons? We keep getting guests here to come to armor to tea set to the rumor. It's keeping me busy. Huh? What you came to talk to Mr. Lindworm about? Oh, geez, he's probably well enough to have visitors by now. Follow me, okay? Oh, sick! That's... High-key, this is actually kind of sick, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, this guy's just unironically, I'm pretty sure one of the forest folk from Etrian Odyssey 1. That goes kind of hard, I'm gonna be honest. I'm Lindworm, a sergeant from a western nation, ordered here by my king to vanquish the golden dragon. Princesses in our nation tend to be soothsayers. My liege, Princess Margaret, is no exception. Recently, the princess's oracular guidance, apparently from a divine dragon source, was to defeat a dragon. The princess has been haunted each night of visions of a golden dragon. The strain is showing. Hence, I was ordered to vanquish this golden dragon and end her nightmares, but I have failed. Your guild nomad is, I am told, the strongest in all of Armorwood. Must I beseech you? Though we have only met, I have no choice. I am bedridden and my princess grows weaker. Bluntly, I must ask you to go and defeat the golden dragon in my stead. Thank you, Warriors. I admire your courage and kindness. I'm pretty sure, based on this guy's overall design, though, it's definitely one of the forest people from Etria. Or something. There's something happened there. The skin and hair color's about right, honestly. I can't remember what that lady's name was from. From Extreme Odyssey 1. Yeah, the one that kept telling you to leave the forest and then you were told to genocide our people. That's how you know it's gonna be a good Extreme Odyssey. Is he supposed to? I mean, this guy did just get absolutely decimated by the dragon, so. Thought by a second the best play pads lady came out because of pale zombie. Nah, this is just a different guy entirely. I find it funny how the dragon hunt has been mostly Etrian Odyssey 1 references from the looks of it. Thank you, Warriors. I admire your courage and kindness. The princess entrusted me with this dragon bell. Take it and use it to call forth the golden dragon. I speak from experience when I say this golden dragon is stronger than you may believe. Be careful. Alright. I guess it's time for us to head on in and see what happens then. That guy just straight up does look like one of the forest people from Etrian Odyssey 1. And that is a very interesting development right there. I'm actually particularly curious about what his story is. I guess it's kind of one of the more interesting parts, though. I think these games generally do a pretty good job with giving you a lot of fairly interesting characters to interact with. Ugh. Now I'm gonna figure out. Enough. I find it weird I have enemies that are pretty strong mixed in with enemies that are kind of unremarkable. Alright, let's... Okay. We're doing this now, I guess. So that's like, we shouldn't be doing the boss fight under these circumstances thing, right? Like that's a bad omen. Gary, welcome, Azeven. There's wall, there's base. Let's get here. So you can see through the hidden forest. You eventually reach the supposed golden dragon's lair. You see the felled trees and pockmarked ground, but the golden dragon itself is absent. If you wish to challenge the gold dragon, you must lure it out with the dragon bill you received. May as well. The bell sounds clearly, echoing slowly into the still forest. Suddenly, a roar that shatters the heavens answers the bell, and bolts of lightning rain from above. A blinding white light shines when it fades. A shining gold dragon is coiled before your eyes. Alright, let's do this. It's just dragon. No crazy names, no titles, nothing. Just dragon. Not a surprising outcome. Alright. So based on what's happened so far, I'm gonna have to do a lot of grinding. Because our max level is 60 right now. And at the very least, I need to give Boardmeyer, like, I think, God, at least 7 more levels. So he can max out Voltwall, and we can maybe stand a chance against him. I think I should call it, though. I do, however, have to go to the Cyclopean Haunt, at least for a moment. So I can at the very least say I went to the thing that the title says we went to. I just don't notice that the geomagnetic poles. They also go down. See, guys, look, tentacles. Everybody, see, look, tentacles. Tentacle forest. And eyes everywhere. Tentacles and eyes, guys. It's basically, it's just Lovecraft. It's incredible. Everyone loves that stuff. However, I don't personally care for it. As I believe it is derivative. Needs more racism for Lovecraft. like at least one monster is... I've already read enough doujins to know what happens in tentacles are wrong. I know! You know what the worst part is? The floors are slippery in there too! That's not a joke either. Anyways. So, let's take a look at our raid options though. Actually, over on Kick, do I still have people? I am curious. I should at least try to raid on Kick. Does anybody have any recommendations for people I can raid on Kick? Or... It's been so long since I watched Host channel? Yeah, it's kind of one of the main issues I have with Kick, just kind of being like, kind of hard. That is an option. Let's take a look here. Let's see here. I will not answer questions for you. Well, I'm sure that one of the ways that they figure out, wow, the VTuber category is kind of barren over on Kick. But hey, I'm featured. Let's go. I have more people watching on Kick than normal, and it's kind of... Don't want to tell Kick if you're non-binary or not. You know what I need to remember to do, Windier? I need to remember to poison the data sets that they have on me. Let's see here. Do I see anything in here? So here's the thing, and it's pretty good a point that a person gave. You're never gonna get rid of the data, because they're constantly making more data and getting more data on you. But one thing to keep in mind is that that's not gonna be forever, though. Okay, one day, no, that's not it. What you can do against them is poison your data. Click on a link you don't actually care about. Occasionally on Twitter, mention politics in a state you don't live in. Exactly, bad data is worse than no data. Because bad data puts in the capacity for doubt. Maybe? Put in a different name when they ask you for a real name on an account. Maybe spend not insubstantial time looking at a... Yeah, exactly. Occasionally talk about your love for the Chinese communists. Then, immediately after, turn around, start talking about how much you love America and how you're so happy that you immigrated there. Even though you're a citizen. You've never even left the country. My point is, you can win this. I'm suffering from taste paralysis. I'm not gooning, Mom. I'm obscuring the data. I'm poisoning data sets. and just throw the viewers towards one of the really low view count people. Because I'll be honest, I'm gonna get many views on Kick generally, so I may as well pass it along, you know? Eesh. Or maybe instead I'll look at the games that they're playing. And I will decide whether or not their tastes are in fact based. Let's see, I think I see Vintage Story on there. I've never played Vintage Story. I hear it's good, but it's like... Exactly! If I see somebody playing like XCOM UFO Defense or something... Automatic raid. Yeah, but put bluntly, don't try to get rid of your data because you can just keep doing that and they're just gonna start over and just be like, okay, fine, we'll just make more data. And now we have a data point that you don't like people having your data and therefore we're gonna try to be more sneaky about it. Instead, you go rogue. I'm still trying to think of... who to raid. Okay, I think I see somebody playing one of the earlier Resident Evils. That's a little based. That's a little based. However, it is Resident Evil, and that's a mainstream series, so... maybe not quite so based. I genuinely don't know what I'm doing. Someone's in a partner pushover on Twitch as well, on Kick. Are they emulating? If so, it wraps back on the beast. No, just don't tell your Japanese friend how you're playing their games. I see someone playing Cyberpunk 2077. Very not based. Giga not based even. I wanted to like sit down and give a suggestion for like what you should play as far as like games that are in the Cyberpunk series. But I honestly can't really remember. I know there's like one game other than 2077 that's like this ancient game that was released, like God only knows how long it was. I mean, yeah, but that's like... That had nothing to do with CD Projekt Red. CD Projekt Red will only be based if they let you play as a loli in Cyberpunk 2078 or whatever they call it. Privatia? I have no clue. Again, I'm gonna be honest, it's like the pettiest thing that I will never forgive them for is that they did not give you the option to play as a cat girl minimum. Like, if that was an option in Cyberpunk 2077, they would have gotten a lot of points from me. Listen, Kanan, it's not the point. If I want to mod anything, I can mod anything into anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The point that I have is Cyberpunk lore allows for catgirls. It has since freaking Cyberpunk 2020. These are ancient rule sets for a tabletop game. No, the thing that upsets me is it is canon. Numbers, look on the deep. Yes, catgirls have been mentioned. My point, canon, is that they were canon, they are canon, and they've been canon pretty much since the series' inception. And they weren't in 2077. Why didn't they add them in updates? Why didn't they add them on release? Because they're cowards. Also because in all honesty, I think their vision is it's too normy. It's because they're normies. Okay, they didn't sit down and be like, you know, like you can get a freaking tail in the game. You can freaking put freaking cyber, you know, your freaking humanity points towards getting a tail added to your character for like plus 30 carry weight. Because that's how it was. This is how it is. I still don't know if we're right here. Unironically, I have choice paralysis. I unironically have choice paralysis. No, like an actual tail. For Kick, I don't know who to freaking raid because there's options and a lot of things here, and I don't want to make the wrong choice. Yeah, you're not wrong there, Parmesan. I don't know what I'm looking for to read. Someone that deserves it. But I don't know who deserves it because I don't know any of these people. And then we can just turn this around into the joke being that they're streaming to Kick, which means they don't deserve the raid anyways. Thank you for some direction, Kanan. We got bugs in our house, Anarchy. Apparently, they's invasive. I guess I'll read the official crane. It frustrates me because, like, Kick doesn't even really give you any suggested raid options either. It's like you feel weirdly like you have to make a very deliberate choice on who to raid, and it's just like, kills me. It kills me. Lord is always my honey because his name is funny. Is he even live right now? Oh, he is. Would you look at that? For what it's worth, it is late and there's not many people on it now. Well, I think it was saying like on Twitch. Yeah, so we'll raid over to him then. On Twitch. My chat always suggests porn tubers. Now why would they do that, Tari? After all, we all know that Tari is a very wholesome being. He would never do anything lewd. Not ever. Never. Nah. I guess I get that to appeal over on YouTube. It's late, of course my raid options are limited. I've already decided we're rating official crane on Kick. Cause why not? Anyways. Tomorrow. Stream's gonna be up in the air. May or may not be anything. If there is anything, I'll probably just be playing Minecraft or something. And then there's halfway there, Mandir. Halfway there. The only reason I'm not gonna be streaming with Dom tomorrow is just because it's we don't have the option to. At any rate, regardless of what I do, oh, they just raid on they just do it over on Kick. Okay, anyways, thank you all very much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Good night.